stew's awfully thin these days.
Oh, what do you expect? Farmers are abandoning their fields and traders their roots. Most of what we have now comes from here. The hideaway. My Lord Marquis, I heard about that some of my fellow guardians are to build a new home there, both for themselves and for Madame Martha's bearers. Is it...
It's true. The village is to be rebuilt.
I have many fond memories of Eastpool. When I was a child, we would visit my aunt and uncle often. They would lavish attention upon me as if I were the son they never had. I went to see Aunt Hannah after my uncle passed away, but not nearly as often as I should have.
Oscar, I'd like you to assist Sir Wade in the rebuilding efforts.
But my lord, my training is not yet complete. I couldn't possibly...
I warned you I might not be the easiest of masters, but I'm not as hard-hearted as that. Go. Be with your aunt. Rebuild her home. Is what she would have wanted.
Yes, my lord. Thank you, my lord. I will not forget this kindness, my lord. I shall go to Eastpool, but as soon as the rebuilding is complete...
There's no way of knowing if Doris will confide in me, but I can speak to her at least.
The stew's awfully
Don't tell
thin
me
these
we've run out
days.
of papio nuts and all.
Respect. Farmers are abandoning their fields and...
Slow. Too slow. Nice try. Nice try. Too slow. Nice try. Too slow. Too slow. Awakened wind! Nice try. Too slow. Too slow. slow. Nice try. Where are you?
Can I help you, Sid?
I'm looking for Doris. Is she here?
I'm afraid not. She's my job, actually. When she heard...
Did she?
Following up on some... Once they'd settled in. The bearers you helped liberating the...
The slaver Cole's team were tracking when they were... I'll go and find her.
If she's not moved on already.
Why would Doris insist on going alone? Maybe Cole was right to be worried.
I still say it were a compliment.
Ah, Clive. I was wondering when you'd arrive. Please tell me you've come to take our young prodigy here off my hands.
I'm not here for Mid. I need information on Ash.
Then why not ask Molly if you can look in one of her other...
As soon as the Enterprise is ready, we'll be set and we're going to need a safe.
Preferably one that won't see my ship blown to shit and splinters.
If it were that easy, do you think Waloed would have resisted invasion for so long? Very little is known of Ash. And the information we do have is spotty and outdated. We have the good King Barnabas to thank for that. Waloed's borders have been closed to outsiders since the day he seized the throne. If there is anywhere safe to land, you won't find it on my map.
Then tell us what we will find. I'm sure you know better than we do.
But no splinters!
All right. If it will get you out of my hair. But interrupt me, and it's over. Understood? Barnabas Tham, the one they call the last king. Understand him, and you will understand the kingdom of Waloed. Barnabas was only a boy when he arrived from beyond the southern seas, and barely a man before he united the ragged tribes of Ash. And having unleashed them upon the formidable Veldamark, he set his throne upon the ancient kingdom's ruins. The victory sent shockwaves around Valisthea, tales of Odin's might spreading through every court, parlor, and drinking hole in the realm. Note that this was in the year 843, and that the king still sits upon his throne some 40 years later, quite untouched by time. Waloed's recent inaction left many wondering if Odin had lost his appetite for war. And yet here we are. The Einherjar was committed to the fray, a bold declaration of intent. Orcs swarm around Drake's Fang, and throngs of Akashic haunt Canvas streets. Though how precisely the havoc they wreak serves Waloed remains unclear. Regardless, if the order to attack truly came from King Barnabas, then one thing is certain. Waloed has achieved the impossible, and made bedfellows of beastmen and the ether-addled alike. All of which is a roundabout way of saying that you will be in unknown territory when you set foot on Ash. Much of the continent has already been lost to the Blight, and what few ports remain will be fiercely guarded. And that is to say naught of its natural defenses. Offshore currents will cast an ill-equipped ship out to sea one moment, and dash it against the rocks the next. But then the Enterprise is anything but ill-equipped. And Mid has made land there before. Now, if only there were someone with an intimate knowledge of the Shadow Coast, and where a daring gentleman might put ashore. You see, Clive, you had the answer all along.
Do you think you can get us back to that beach, Mid?
Picked you up from it, didn't I? Not that it were easy. The currents were a right bastard. But then, if it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be worth doing, would it?
Well said. Thank you, Lady Vivian.
If a few morsels of common knowledge and a sprinkling of tavern talk are worthy of your thanks, I wonder what genuine intelligence might earn me.
Probably more visits. Mid, I need everyone in the ale hall now. I'll fetch Joshua from the shelves.
Aye, aye, Captain.
You need anything, you just ask. We might not have your uncle's resources, but resourcefulness, we've got it in spades.
Heard the bad news then, did you?
What bad news?
About Dravost. Blackthorn's old haunt. Well, anyway, the mine's just down the road from there.
And the village?
Safe from the flood for now, but they've got other problems. A cat, Zoltan and the others are living on borrowed time. Doris sent a few curse breakers to keep an eye on things, but there's only so much. If something ain't done soon.
I won't let that happen.
Didn't think you would.
Does Blackthorn know?
I thought it might be better if he didn't. You reckon we should tell?
No.
Yeah, well, I can't stand about.
Please, your grace. My Lord Marquis. It was the greatest honor of my life. But now, so I bid you. Your companions are kind. I must admit, but I see now.
Yote.
My lord, yes. Perhaps you might. It's your brother, though he does his best to hide it.
I had feared as much.
There are certain elixirs which can ease the suffering of those afflicted by the curse. But His Grace's case is severe. So I consulted with Talia and certain of my comrades among the Undying, and thankfully a recipe was found. And our supplies, unless we can secure more soon. My lord, I know that I have no right.
For Joshua, anything.
Thank you.
So, what is this critical?
A rare herb by the name of stonerwort. It grows only where the ether is densest. We discovered a patch near the aqueduct in Rosaria. The search continues for a new source.
So it's only that you can't reach it?
Well...
Then I shall go in...
But...
You've yet to find another source, correct? Besides...
Well, stonerwort is easily identified by its blood. I shall remain here.
Then again, why settle for low-born chaff when we've honest-to-goodness royalty right here beneath our roof? If Prince Dion cannot see my love for him, then perhaps the Phoenix will.
left Canva in the hands of Akashic.
Don't tell me.
Oh no, I'm working on bringing another. It's got a reverberatory hood over the top. For a let's just say it gets very blimmin' hot. Only mithril engines get hotter. And the trouble is, we won't be able to make. And I hear you.
If it's for the good of the hut. Oh. So,
We've got a couple of examples.
more fallen material. So this smelter is similar to the mithril engine in...
That's right. They're a bit, and what's more, they're directional. Transferring heat. We've collected as many as we can. And I know where we...
So you want me to visit some ruins, destroy some ag...
That's it. We're only 3 short, mate. There's one up Amber Way, and another in the Silent South, over in...
All right.
Will do.
Miss, can we read Miss Editor's story? Our lesson today?
I finally finished the book I was writing. You're welcome to read it. If young Jocelyn hasn't already defiled its pages with his infernal scribblings.
Canva lost.
Have you tried Molly's lemon tarts? I've never had anything so delicious.
Oh! Oh, what is it? There's no one like our... Your lad's worth double that. And I've never looked back. You take care now.
Don't tell me we've run out of Pepio nuts and all.
What do you expect?
We all know that bearers have a resilience to the ill effects of ether. But don't you find it strange that there are those who...
I have no reason to assume otherwise.
Did you know that chocobos are far more resilient?
Clive, you must...
Do you recall when we spoke before on the divinity of Ultima? Well, and what I discovered appears to agree with the find.
You will recall that my quest to uncover Ultima's origins began with the mural at Phoenix Gate. But while I've always known it to be important, now, however, I believe I know where to find the more complete...
Master Clive, have you ever in your travels chanced to hear of the Circle of Mali? I would think not, but there was once a time when the faith flourished. The oldest known hints of its dogma remain embedded...
Wait. You said it waned on storm.
Religious monuments are often torn down, or... But if no new faith arose, and so, you see...
It would appear that, though in this case, it would not have been... I am relieved.
I shall guard it with my...
Joshua, if you're finished, I need to speak to everyone.
Right away.
If it please your grace, might I one day borrow the Chronicles? For a short while.
Of course, Lawsman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
Mid said I could ride the Enterprise next. No, she didn't. She said I could.
My apologies.
By now you've all heard where we're going and why. So I won't bother you with the boring details, only the important ones. If we attempt to approach Stone here by sea, there's a good chance we'll be sighted and fall prey to the capital's artillery. So instead, we'll disembark on the southwest coast and make for Drake's Spine on foot. I say we, but it's highly likely the entirety of Ash is under the rule of Ultima. A large party would only attract unwanted attention, as well as slow our march and require supplies which may be difficult to obtain. Only Joshua and I will be going. And a scout. Preferably a good one. Gav, do you know of any?
You bet your ass I do. Might still borrow some of Lady Vivian's maps, though. just in case, like.
Once you've dropped us off at the Shadow Coast, you need to retreat into neutral waters, fly merchant colors, and stay inconspicuous. If you sense any danger at all, you leave us behind and return to Storm.
Inconspicuous is my middle name. But like hell am I leaving anyone behind. The ship ain't going nowhere till your scurvy mugs are smiling on deck.
Jill, the Enterprise will appear a tempting target for royalists and pirates alike. You're to stop anyone boarding.
Don't worry. I'll keep the ship and her crew safe. You'll be needing passage home.
But... Very well.
If there are no questions, I'll see you all at the dock.
Let me know when you're leaving.
Of course.
I would have gone to Martha's Rest with Doris, but she ordered me to stay behind.
Is something wrong?
Not at all, honestly. Can't a man wish his friend farewell? Just wanted to let you know that I'll keep things in order while you're off saving the world.
I'll hold you to that.
Right, I'm back.
The High Court. No, hearing no. The Dominion's all but done for.
I heard.
And it's lucky we stayed
Is that
here.
shouting I heard from the barracks?
You're that sellsword the dame's so fond of. That was some fine work you did up in Moor. We'll see you our own affairs,
And you're just gonna fall into line?
What else can I do?
I don't trust this Duke. If we're not careful, he'll undo all the dame's hard work.
Oh, Clive, my wards and I may...
What's happened?
The High Cardinal has descended from his...
The High Cardinal?
Leader of the Council of Elders. Said not that any of those things still exist.
And what does he want with North?
He wants to transform it into a military stronghold, a foundation upon which to build anew. He's already secured the support of the various army remnants.
He would rob the populace to...
Believe me, I have used every...
What does Captain Philippe make? When the town was under attack, it was him...
How? By a man whose stated aim is to revive the Empire, Philippe. The captain can offer them a regular supply of gruel and an occasional trip to the Vale to help them forget that... No. Given the mood around town, mutiny may yet...
Who could blame them?
Clive, would you opt for your services to Northreach? You, and unlike Philippe, well...
I'll see what I...
Thank you.
Tell me then. In the garrison?
Overseeing...
All right.
The fact that the soldiers trust you may well carry some weight with the Duke.
Might this Duke have been at the remembrance ceremony?
Let's hope we didn't make a strong impression.
It's not only control of the garrison he wants.
We already have a leader in the Dame. One at a time now.
Halt. Oh, sorry about that. You got some business with the...
No, actually. I was hoping I might...
We're under orders not to let... But you should be all right. Wait here.
So, you are the sellsword who... And I shall see it... Tell me, is...
Neither, Your Eminence.
Ah, you are worried the expanded... Yet you needn't be. Pride of place, in fact. But no more. For it is they...
Why here, Your Eminence?
The town has been fortunate enough to escape largely... Which is more than can be said. The Empire wants for a capital... with Caer Norvent as her citadel. We need only build a wall around both to create a... Plans are all soon enough. These thralls...
I fear you underestimate how dangerous these creatures are, Your Eminence. Should they return in force, you will need all the people of Northreach to come together in defense of the town. Something they may be loath to do if they've been deprived of their worldly goods.
The people will do as their leaders command. If Sandbreck is to be one whose authority... That is why this... So that any man who wishes to join the army might... And yet, there are those who persist...
I suspect they're afraid of losing what little they have left.
Precisely. The common folk have little and less, and you mean to deprive them of even that. You would sow the seeds of your new empire in your own salted earth.
Sabine, we have discussed this.
Yes, and I told you then how putting the empire before her citizens would lead only to revolt.
Without an empire, there are no cities.
And in yours, there will be only beggars. Is that what Griga wills for her people?
Do not take her name in vain, Sabine.
I'll come back later. The citizens revolt. I wonder what the people really think of the Duke's plan. It wouldn't hurt to ask them, I suppose. Let's begin with those on the other side of the wall.
The Lord leaves his tower to build a new split asunder the
Was that shouting I heard from the barracks?
Could be trouble.
All right there.
Just your opinion, actually. I wondered what you thought of the Duke of Oriflamme.
Oh, not much. It's thanks to nobles like him that we had to set up shop this side of the wall in the first place. And now he's trying to drive us out completely. If the dame said she wanted him run out of town, I'd be straight through that checkpoint tar-bucketing.
That so-called chief, the floods, icons, whites and wolves.
What comes in is merely for pressing, let alone eating.
I've been hearing a lot of talk about it.
Nothing good, old. Going around acting like... And with hardly a word to the day.
I take it you'd rather shoot.
As far as I'm concerned. Just need his eminence to...
And what can I do for you? And a fine, fine day to you.
Sell anything today?
As much as you. Oh, wait.
The garrison salvaged what they could from more,
A question. What do you think of the Duke of Oriflamme?
You build a life for yourself somewhere, earning for... If he thinks his name and his... will do whatever it...
Well, the people seem united enough. What about the soldiers?
Haven't seen any of those blue devils, have you? Captain says they might be lurking anywhere.
Do you think he was the only one who survived?
You're the one who was talking to his...
On the dame's behalf, yes. I was trying to... What do you think of his...
I'm a soldier, mate. He tells me, listen, I've got nothing but respect for the dame. That's where my loyalties lie, not with a tap. If the Duke can get us some men and the equipment we need to fight off...
Sabine, you are embarrassing me.
I hear the Duke of Oriflamme plans to... Do you think that's a good idea?
It's not for me to say. All I know is that unless the Emperor orders... Look, no one likes all these once Sanbreque is back on her feet.
We already have a leader in the Dane.
It's not only control of the garrison he wants, it's the whole of North...
Excuse me, do you have a... I wondered if you'd mind sharing your...
Well, I mean, look around us. The traders might not like having the screws put on them, but if they think the Duke's got a point when he says rebuilding the Empire's the best way... And if that means people who don't know one end of a sword from another have to...
Let's see what Philippe makes of all this.
Welcome back. Wraiths give you any trouble?
None worth mentioning.
Captain.
For you? Certainly. Clive was... Thank you for last time. How can I help you?
I wanted to ask you about the Duke of Oriflamme. Do you intend to go along with his plan?
But to tell you the truth, I'm in two minds. It's my sworn duty as a captain of the Imperial Army to obey his orders.
Philippe, I remember you saying that you became a soldier to protect the people you loved.
That's right.
Well, she doesn't agree with the Duke's orders either.
And she's probably right. Thank you, Clive. Protecting the people I love is what matters. Doesn't matter how. Well, duty calls, so I better go. Thanks again.
It seems Philippe wants to do the right thing at least. I expect Isabel will be pleased to hear that, if nothing.
Ah, were you able to speak?
I was.
Well, it will, though I doubt it will come as much consolation to the townspeople. They deserve to be heard, Clive.
Sadly, His Eminence values their obedience more than their opinions. I fear he sees the people as mere pawns on his chessboard. To be needless to say, they themselves are of a different opinion, and would rather their dead soldiers, meanwhile, are content, and not just because of the Duke's rank, but because of...
I thought as had I sworn to protect Sambrek, I dare say I too would want nothing more than to see it. Thank you for...
I don't know about that.
What happened to your uniform?
I handed it in, along with my resignation. Told the lads I wished them well, but that I owe it to those I love to call it a day.
But why?
Because I realize what really matters to me. Not following some nobleman's orders for the sake of it, but protecting what I care about, protecting Northreach. I honestly don't know when those monsters will return, but I'm certain they're not finished with us yet. And when they do come back, we need to be ready for them. We need to stand together, all of us. And with you to lead us, milady, I reckon we can do it. It was you who finally convinced me, Clive. There's no point following orders if they go against everything you believe.
Indeed.
All of us, standing together. That has always been Northreach's best hope. We have only to turn our attentions to the true enemy. Thank you, Philippe, for showing me what I must do.
Anything for you, milady. Speaking of standing together, would you mind if I borrowed a few of the lads from the Vale to help keep watch around the town? I fear His Eminence has...
Not at all.
Wouldn't be the first time.
There may be hope for Northreach, yes, especially with men like you and Philippe to I, for my part, shall continue to work upon the Duke. But I suspect I shall have to call upon your... Until then.
Until then?
Despite my repeated advances, His Eminence has proven a difficult conquest. Fortunately, I am nothing if not persistent. But, be that as it may, I might yet need you to press the point.
We'd have our coin, our stock and our stores, and we're just supposed to hand the old lot over.
Let's go. I'll need to deal with these ones first. That's it. Right. Just two more to find.
What's happened? Can't.
Ah, Clive.
That is good.
Yes. I still have much and more to prepare. You couldn't do me a quick...
What is it?
Nothing like that. I just need you to go over to the caravans and find out exactly how much fun...
All right.
Thanks, Clive.
Don't blame yourself, Elle. I know, but no buts about it.
Is something wrong?
Vonnie came to give me a message. The talks with the Republican Army. They've reached an agreement with the Silver Peak though prices have fallen of late. We deliberately offered above the going rate to try and deter other bidders. But the consortium offered double what we did.
You had no opportunity to...
None at all.
Elle? I saw Vonnie leave.
And with good reason.
But I thought we were the only ones the Fist was speaking to about... How did the consortium even...
It's not so surprising. This isn't over. The consortium will have to sell these... I'm going to Randall.
Alone?
Are you offering to... How kind. Meet me at the checkpoint near the capital gates. You go to Cashlock, Theo, and get everything ready. Even if I fail to free these bears, someone needs to prepare the place and keep...
Oh, and that's me. Well, it looks like I'm followed from meeting the Silver Peak Consortium. She'll never join them after this, surely. No, she said it herself. She means to stay with us then. I can't say I'm not...
You have to trust.
You're right. And if Elle's off fighting for the cause, so I bid you... I'll gather my men and leave for Cashlock. You go to Randala and see if you can stop my sister biting the consortium's heads off.
I'll do my... All right. To Randala then. I'd better not keep Eloise waiting.
What I wouldn't give for a hot meal. Looks like this is the end of the road for us.
When are they gonna let us through?
Time to fight. Herbert, did you arrange to speak with the
Here they are now.
You wish to consult with me?
I did. It's about the bearers you recently... We had all but finished making arrangements to...
You misunderstand. The consortium had an interest in purchasing them from the very first. It was only our regard for you that kept us from bidding. But your hesitancy in accepting our offer to you suggested that the regard was not new, and so we resumed our business.
I did not hesitate. I am simply not inclined to make such decisions without first giving them due consideration. But what is done is done. Come then.
Alas, you are too late yet again. We rarely take on such unconventional merchandise without a purchaser in mind. The bearers belong to him.
Who is your buyer?
A trader from across the water. A most demanding fellow, if it's any consolation. He insisted the bearers be fed, dressed, even given their own bunks for the voyage over. That's what you get when you deal with continental type.
I wouldn't know.
Oh yes, the culture on the continent is quite different to ours. They pay good money for bearers not fit for the knacker's yard, and treat them like kings. But as long as...
That does sound no matter then. If they've already left our shores, there's and with it, my interest in joining your organization.
My associates will be sorry to hear that.
I'm sorry you weren't able to...
As am I. But he was right, you see. The Silver Peak Consortium did intend to buy those bearers before their representative hinted at a possible purchase when he came to recruit. I feigned interest in joining them in the hope he might be encouraged to tell me more. And he did just that. As soon as he left, I sent my own offer to Randall.
So you never...
No. I entertained the Consortium's but I was a fool to think they wouldn't find out.
You tried.
I did. They deserved more. I wanted so badly to...
Eloise! Eloise! Word from Cashlock. The village is under attack. A pack of beasts have come down from the mountains, and there's a dragon at its head. Theo and the others are trying to hold them off as best. They need help.
Theo!
I'll go on ahead.
Thank you, Clive. I'll gather some men and join you there. Just... make sure he's safe.
Hold on, Theo. I'm coming. Let's go. That'll do, girl. Where's Theodore?
Upriver!
He led the dragon that way to keep it from the village. But the whole...
Just have to pray, mate.
I can do better than that.
Let us be about it.
The ether's too thick. These creatures have already turned. I can't waste any more time. I need to find Theodore before that dragon does. Looks like it's found me. This thing's turned as well. This isn't going to be easy. Theodore, you had me worried for... We have to get you out of here.
I think it might be a little too late for that. Bearer or no, there's only so much ether a man can take, and that Drake just wouldn't let me leave. You have my thanks, Sid, for finishing what I could not. For keeping Elle's dream. Theodore!
Don't make me do this.
Stop it, Theo! Stop!
Stay back, Eloise! He's turned. And so will you! Theodore.
Take care of my sister.
Theodore. Wait.
Goodbye, Elle.
No! Theo! Theo!
Thank you, Clive. I think I'll be all right now.
That was true bravery he showed. Leading the dragon away from the village like that. His first instinct was always to protect people. To put others' well-being before his own.
And now he's gone. Because I sent him to that place, against his will.
It wasn't against his will. He was ready to do whatever it took to show you he could stand on his own. So that you would finally be free to live your own life.
To live my own life. He never could come to terms with the choice I made.
What exactly happened? You once told me Theo was the first bearer you ever helped.
We grew up in Canva. We were born to one of the great trading houses. And I was chosen to inherit the family business. I had my father's head for figures, you see. Theo did not. While I studied the art of commerce, he played at soldiers instead. A late bloomer. In more ways than one. For unlike most bearers, it wasn't until his 15th summer that his powers awakened. My parents tried to drive him out of the house and into the care of the constables. But before they could, I took him into mine.
Theo told me something else. He clearly admired your devotion to the cause of freeing others like him from slavery. But he said you deserved a better life than this. He wanted to free you from what he called your bonds, just as you freed him from his.
I would be lying if I said I had not wondered from time to time how much easier my life might have been if I had allowed Theo to be taken and devoted myself to the family business instead. that I have never regretted the decision I made. Being with my brother meant more to me than tradition or reputation. I only had to look at him to remind myself of that night and the choice I made, and the fact that I would make the same choice again in a heartbeat. He was never a burden. How could he even think that? If anything, I was the one who weighed him down.
You weren't, Eloise. He said it himself, that he had always been grateful to you for saving him, and that he wanted to repay you by letting you live the life you were denied. Neither you nor Theo weighed each other down. You loved one another. You did whatever was necessary to continue living your lives together, and you always would have.
You're right. All I ever wanted, all I ever did, it was so we could be together. Oh, Theo, why did you have to... I know Theo wanted me to move on, but I'm staying here at the Crimson Caravans to continue our work. We can make a difference here. We can help people, save them. I need nothing more from life than that. So I'll carry on doing what we do, ensuring that goods, people, bearers get where they need to be, bringing smiles to people's faces, just like we always have, and to Theo's. Wherever he is. This is the life I have chosen. The life I will always choose.
I've made a choice of my own to continue helping you however I can. Whenever you need it.
Thank you, Clive. Let's go on together then. For Theodore. The Crimson Caravans is my family business now, and I would not exchange it for the world. I brought Theo here to be safe, and I have never looked back since.
Come on. Run like the wind. Safe. Two down. One.
things back the way it was.
Take that, you naughty thief!
Clive!
I just wanted to see how the town's been fed.
Since we, all is absolutely wonderful. And firmly at the helm. Are still just as the good...
Are you a lord? They're going to make him the Lord of Dalamil.
It's the mayor of but if the people wish me to lead them, I shall. And my first act will be to build a school so that menaces like you... Speaking of men, maybe a rather worrying one.
May therein.
I'm afraid the example Conrad and Natalie set in put, and they have formed what one could, and they grow more.
We'll fight them all off, just like that, won't we?
Of course we will. If the longer we avoid facing this one, our best hope is to, by finding those ne'er-do-wells, perhaps a certain Lord Underhill?
How could I?
Victor will have him stationed by the desert gate, receiving and collating.
I'll go in.
What's the difference between...
A league of outlaws.
Sounds like we have some competition. Still in Dalamil, Vict?
Ah, sick.
I thought you'd have returned to Costa.
I did. I've developed something of, and having worked so hard to see it saved from one fate, a sentiment Master Lubor
You're not the only.
What does he want?
He asked for my aid in putting, and he said that you might be able to help.
Then you've come at just the right time. There are more camps in the vicinity than we can safely strike at once. But we must strike together, and we must strike soon.
All right.
There's one upriver. Just out there.
Leave it with me.
Those ne'er-do-wells want to band together.
Faster!
That must be the camp Victor mentioned.
We make this quick.
Caution, brother.
That's him! The one who killed Bob! Fingers! Take his head off!
I'd better let Vic.
Sid, where are... Ah,
no, but...
No.
What is it?
The whole town's in uproar. They're saying that Lubor is a bearer.
What?
Seems that one of our parties wasn't as thorough as they should have been. Some of the children spotted him when Lubor felled him. And without a Chris,
but that's not possible.
It is, if he's a bearer and has been hiding it. If he has, well, I wouldn't blame. Still, all those people see is a man who's lied to them all his life. One
fuck.
I don't know where we go from here, but I know
you're right.
And now everyone knows. I made it a habit to keep a crystal close at hand for just such an occasion. And when that occasion arose, I forgot to reach for it. Well, it was back.
We're sorry, Luke, but we just...
There's nothing to be sorry for. All that matters to me is that...
Look at him talking to his betters like it's nothing.
All lies, I'll wager. Just like...
Once people make up their minds, it's hard to change. We need to do something. Convince the people not to let their prejudices blind them.
You're right.
I'm glad you agree. I'm a Dalmec born and bred. That you head to the Taft. Make Conrad and Natalie They know that Lubor and I are friends. Lord Underhill of Randalar's League of Merchants, however.
I'll do what I can. Lubor, stay here with the children. I can't promise anything, but...
And that is all I can ask of you.
Why are you taking the bearers?
Why do they always have to make such a fuss outside?
You all along that he was playing us for fools.
And we fell for it. We followed him.
Forgive me for disturbing.
As have I. The rumors.
He'll never be man.
But what of his wares? In this, at least, he's done the town a service.
Leniency? He pretended...
I'm sorry, my lord, but he
So what do you propose? Will he...
Perhaps. And they will thank you.
The townsfolk have made their minds up.
Nor I. Conrad and Natalie refuse to consider anything.
You never know. Once their anger is...
All right.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearer's side?
Go on, Sid. No sense stalling.
I assume...
There's still hope.
But perhaps not in this lifetime. I think it's fair.
You mustn't think like that, Lubor. We'll talk some sense into them.
No, you won't. And your efforts would be better spent elsewhere.
But Lubor...
Rosina would often tell me that steel does not lie. That a blade is a reflection of the smith who forged it. Yourself be true. That was her point. Rather an ironic one when you consider that her life was taken with a blade of her own making. But I do not doubt that she was always true, and so must I be. And now, I must embrace my new role of villain so that the people of Dalamil have something to unite against. For only united can they hope to stand against the threat that awaits them. I'll need to make a suitably dramatic exit, of course.
Don't go, Lubor. You're the only one who was ever kind to us. We'll be all alone.
Trust me, little ones. It is for the best that I go. Not only for the...
How could it possibly be for the best? These children need you. The least you can do is give the townspeople a chance to change their mind.
I would not take it, Victor. It's over.
Over, you say? And so just like that, you're going to throw this town and these children to the wall? I thought you were better than this, but it seems you had me fooled as well.
Victor.
Forget it. Do what you will.
You sure you're making the right choice, Lubor?
Of those available to me, I believe it's the best one. Yes. But where are my manners? Right then. I have packing to do.
If there's anything I can do. Anything.
I'll bear it in mind. Thank you.
I'm going to go with him. Why is everyone being mean to Lubor? He didn't do anything wrong.
Go try and convince me to stay. Save your breath. Not put those children at risk.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearer's side?
Why do they always have to make such a fuss outside?
Lubor has been lying to us from the beginning. How can we trust him?
You may have your business interests to consider, my lord, but do not think you can sway us with your honeyed words.
Oh, you're here. So Dravost is still standing. For now, at least.
If you can swing a hammer, you
I never thought. The brass neck of that girl. Everyone's coming together to fight for their life.
Clive!
And the Akashic.
Mostly off to the north still. But I told old Snotty to be ready to seal the north gate. Enough for the villagers to barricade themselves inside their homes, at least.
Well done.
Welcome back. I'd never have guessed, you know. Who'd have thought that the savior of Dravos keen to help us out?
I am.
Thought you could sneak off without me, did you?
Blackthorn, no.
Blackthorn.
Oh, what are you doing here?
One of the scouts couldn't keep his voice, unlike my best mate who didn't think I deserved it. Zoldan, how long's it been? Long enough for us two to turn into a pair of old codgers, I see.
That your idea of an apology? Prick.
Don't listen to him. You only did what you thought was best. For the village and that.
I did, yeah, but that ain't the whole of it. Vulcan, our master, didn't leave the chiefdom to the two of us. He left it to me. The best blacksmith in Dravos, barring himself, of course. Bloody stupid tradition, in my opinion. If someone's got talent, you should let them practice their craft, not ask them to settle petty feuds and barter for grain. Our master wasted half his life that way. I wasn't about to let that happen to me.
So you wasted half of mine instead.
You're what Dravos needed. Under me and my precious ideals, this place wouldn't have lasted a year. So I left to devote myself to the work and spare you lot the consequences. I may be a selfish prick, but I only did what I felt I had to.
What you had to do was your duty.
Even if it meant we all starved.
Enough. This is no time for bickering. You can finish beating each other up once Dravos is...
Fine. I've said my piece anyway.
Yeah. So have I.
Sorry, Clive. I shouldn't have stuck my nose in. Short enough on time as it is. Still, give us a mo, would you?
Prick or not, I won't abandon Dravos to a swarm of Akashic.
Just say the word. The villagers know to keep out of sight when the fighting starts.
You,
We can't afford to waste any more time.
Right you are. Might be worth having. I don't want any nasty... Oh, and Blackthorn. You and Zoltan might be better off staying inside.
Akashic on the move.
How close are they?
Within sight of the walls. And there are more coming up from the mine.
What was I saying about nasty surprise?
They'll wash right over us if we stay out in the open. We're pulling back behind the gate.
Good idea. Get yourselves inside, but keep your weapons handy.
Understood.
I'm prepared to fight if I have to.
Well, let's hope you don't. That's our job. Once the scouts are inside, order your men to barricade the gates. No heroic last stands, you hear me? No fighting at all if you can help it.
August's right. I've seen what Akashic beasts can do to armor. The people here are tough and willing, but they ain't equipped to face what's coming.
I'm going out there. Start work on the gate as soon as I've left. I'll give you as much time as...
And if they kill you?
You evacuate, and it won't come to that.
You'd better be...
Take good care of Dravos till I get back.
Leave it to me, and give those things what for you.
All right. Which one of you's first? Is that it?
Nope.
Apparently not.
Are you?
Not getting past me.
Alright, bullshit. I pressed it, goddammit.
Now, the question is, did I miss any?
Man alive! You're still in one piece!
I slew as many as I could.
As many as I could, he says. The old bleeding lot, more like it. Well, almost.
Only almost.
Yeah, one or two did try to sneak over the wall. But we got the bastards, don't you worry.
Good. Though you do know, more will come in time.
In time, yeah. But we can think about them later. Let's get you back inside.
Sid! You're even more fearsome than your reputation. Enough to give those Akashic monsters nightmares. I almost felt sorry for the wretched things. But mostly, I felt grateful.
I'm afraid I've only delayed the inevitable. There's no getting rid of that ether flood, meaning that any living thing which stumbles into those mines will end up clawing at your walls again.
And that's if the flood don't spread. If it does, I hate to say it, but the village's days are numbered.
That may be, but we're staying just the same. With ether floods springing up all over, it's no less safe than anywhere, and more importantly, it's our home. We'll fortify the gates to them, and I'll see that they're guarded daily.
All right. Then we'll give you a hand shoring up those defenses.
As for you, Blackthorn, that's twice you've turned up when Dravosh needed you, so Thanks.
I shouldn't have stayed away so long. And I shouldn't have left without talking it over with you first.
Too bloody right you shouldn't. Though I doubt I'd have listened. I always envied you. How you made everything look so easy when, for me, it was anything but. You leaving gave me the perfect excuse to hate you, and from that day on, I never once stopped to wonder what it would have been like if you'd stayed. But what you said earlier, it was true. You'd have been the death of this place.
Finally, something we can agree on. I hope you see the sense of it eventually. You kept this place alive.
Alive, perhaps. Wealthy even, but... Dravozh isn't what it once was. Our work used to be the pride of Dalmekia. Now, we churn out the same rubbish day after day, because it's easy and turns a profit. It's not about the craft anymore. I wouldn't send my sons to war wearing the shit most of our smiths are making. I've kept working, honing my skills, trying to lead by example, but no one sees the point. The average castle apprentice has as much passion for the craft as our current lot. Come back to us, Blackthorn. Remind Dravozh what a true master blacksmith looks like. I'll even man those bellows of yours if it means we can work at the same forge again.
That's a kind offer. Kinder than I deserve. And I wish I could accept. But I'm needed elsewhere. There's people who trust their lives to my steel, and I daren't let them down.
Fair enough.
But that doesn't mean I couldn't visit from time to time. Let's see if we can't rekindle this town's passion for the craft, shall we?
I'd like that.
Just be sure to tell Snotty to let me in the next time I come calling, yeah?
Knowing him, he'd let you in anyway. Blackthorn. The Master Smith turned outlaw. Back in my good graces. I never thought I'd see the day.
I'd say that went pretty well, wouldn't you?
Even better than I'd hoped.
Sid, I've got something for you.
Cracked anvil.
And this is a token of our lasting gratitude. But I'm of a mind to make you a far grander gift. Designs for a certain sword have been passed down from chief to chief for generations.
Now hold on, Zoltan. There's a reason no one's made that blade in centuries. There's not been a craftsman equal to the task. I'll admit your cinders make impressive steel, and I've learned to hone an edge Odin will be proud of. But the engravings on that thing are enough to make a jeweler cry, and they're not just for show.
Have you forgotten what brought you back to Dravozh in the first place? Hmm? A certain ring? I knew I'd never surpass you with the hammer and tongs. So I turned my hand to a different kind of metalwork between the two of us. I'd say we're the equal of any master craftsman ever to have graced a forge.
You know what? I think you might be right. Clive, you wouldn't mind if Zoltan came back to the hideaway, would you?
He's more than welcome, as long as he can keep our secret.
Right. Zoltan, get your tools. We've got a legend to forge.
With a little help from Blackthorn, I don't see why we can't restore Dravozh to its former glory. Barring ether floods, that is.
I'll tell you what, Clive. If we pull this off, it will ruin every other sword you've ever held.
I'll get him back to the hideaway. Don't you worry about that.
Ah, the man himself.
We were just about to make a start on that sword I promised you.
It's funny, but none of this would have been possible without your help. You remember Camille? We'll be using his leather work for the grip. The steel, meanwhile, will be tempered in a fire, burning the cinders you charmed out of old Zoltan here. And that wet stone from the Outer Isles, that'll be what gives the blade its edge. And the final flourish will be my talented colleagues' engraving.
A team effort, led by the greatest blacksmith alive.
Now, save that talk till the thing's finished, yeah? Right. I'm ready if you are.
To the bellows it is, then.
actually did it.
The sword to end all swords. Ragnarok.
It's quite something.
I trust you'll take good care of it.
Thank you. Both of you.
So, does this make you pair the greatest craftsman alive, then?
This? Nah. This was just following the footsteps of the greats of old. It'll take more than that to earn us our place in history. But we're up for the challenge. Here.
A list of materials.
Zoltan and I got talking on the long road back from Dravos.
Upgrade the Ragnarok?
We reckon with those items there, we could craft something even better than the Ragnarok. Something worthy of a legendary outlaw like yourself.
That's a weapon I'd like to see. You leave this list with me.
I was hoping you'd say that.
One legend at a time, eh, lads? Before you start on the next, who fancies raising a cup to friendship reforged?
Good idea. No more drinking to forget my past. It's about time I had something to celebrate.
That's a lot of experience. Daughter demo.
No need to thank me for the sword. I'm happy just to be here.
Do you reckon we finally got to the bottom of Blackthorn's troubles, then? That'd be something, eh? No, he wouldn't be Blackthorn if he didn't give us the odd scale.
So what do I owe the honor? I never thought me and Zoltan would ever speak again, let alone work together. And if it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't. You've been a good friend to me, Clive. The best. So, what'll it be?
Or a column, dark steel, primitive.
Anything else?
This... Jews...
Let's go. The aqueduct. Now to find our stonewort. Yote mentioned blood-red petals. Just my luck. Right on. There's only one thing for it. Let's try. collect as much as I can before reinforcements arrive. All right. That should do it. Let's get these... Yote,
Yes, my lord. Thank you. I'm sure it will serve us until we can find another source.
I'm very glad to hear it.
You and His Grace are very much alike, you know. You think only of how you might help others, and never of the danger to yourself.
No more than you have minding my brother. You've risked a lot for him, and I thank you for...
I am honored that you should say so, but I beg you, my lord, do not give too much of yourself for the sake of others. We could not afford to lose you.
I'll keep that in mind.
You and your brother really are alike, my lord. Though selflessness is a virtue, I beg you, please take more care of yourselves.
Come on. Damn it. The whole village is turned. Back to the stables, Carl.
Bullying the bomb.
That's all of them. Owain can uncross his toes now.
Ah, sir.
Good, thanks.
I'll fit him to the smell. May the Telemon furnace! In bad, is she?
She's a beauty.
You saved my bacon again, Sid, and I ain't about to let your good deed go unrewarded.
It's fine, really. My bag's flexible enough already.
Don't say that. I'm sure I can make a few improvements to it yet.
You could just buy me a bigger.
How about that clasp? Looks a bit stiff. Reckon you could loosen it up and make some more room? And I reckon I know how. With a new alloy we've been working on. That is a metal, see? So it's love.
Stretchy metal.
That is this.
Stretchy metal.
So, what do you reckon?
It's actually quite ingenious. Thank you, Owain.
Shh, don't mention it. You earned it. And I wanted to get some practice in using that metal anyway. Reckon we'll have all kinds of uses for it around the hideaway. Can't think of any right now, but that's our job, innit? Dreaming up new ways to make life easier around here, maybe even out there. One day, the whole world's gonna know about the inventions you've helped us put together. That bag of yours will be the first of many. You mark my words.
They'll hardly believe their eyes, I'm sure.
Even weirder science. Give me all the potions.
Right then. Let's get back to work. These world-changing inventions ain't gonna invent themselves.
Dora should be somewhere nearby. Assuming she's still here.
Just because the heavens have gone to wreck and ruin, it don't mean we have to. Now,
The world seems to be changing so fast lately, I can hardly keep up. But what I do know is that there's more bad.
How do? That all, is it? I've got greens of all shapes and sizes.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
It's been a pleasure, Doris. Just like old times.
I'll give your offer some thought, my lady.
How goes the investigation?
Sid, what brings you to Martha's Rest?
You. I heard you were out here on your own, tracking our slaver. I trust you're being careful.
Of course. And it had to be me. The bearers from the Dragon's Eyrie confirmed a long-held suspicion of mine that the slaver we've been tracking is an old acquaintance. She's no fool. If we'd come in force, she would have spotted us straight away, and then vanished without a trace.
That was her just now, wasn't it? So, was it a fruitful reunion?
I'd say so. She tried to recruit me. Seems her time in Rosaria is coming to an end. She's abducted bearers from across the region and is looking to smuggle them back into Sambrec. After her brush with those beastmen on the road to Northreach, she hired herself an Imperial escort, which she wants me to join. She's dangerous, Sid, but I think I can stop her.
Then I'm going with you. I'll take care of the escort. You can see the bearers to safety. Where are they?
The Baum Archers, soon to break camp. You go on ahead. I'll follow once I've sent word back to the hideaway.
She asked me to join her at the Bow Marches. It's a wonder she still trusts me after everything that happened.
Doesn't trust you and this is a trap. Martha.
Ah, Clive, I'd like you to take something to Sir Wade. Seeds for planting. I'll keep providing them with whatever, but if Eastpool's going to survive, as of those poor bears, they've lived their whole lives in service. Small wonder they ain't got the foggiest how to provide for themselves. And if you're wondering why you, well, the Wagoneer's taking supplies. Sir Wade's putting a brave face on it, but...
All right.
Thanks. Wouldn't I there? That should be enough to keep them in Gazal Greens for a few years at least.
Gazal Green.
Not the most mouth-watering crop, I'll admit. Better that than something that'll wither away, and chocobos love 'em too. Which is no small thing. They ain't exactly succulent, but...
I'll take your word.
Anyway, Sir Wade'll know what to do with. I'll go up there and show him myself.
I'm sure you will.
I heard the Guardian saying we're supposed to grow our own food.
Tools Martha sends us are more than enough for me.
Ah, what brings you to...
A delivery.
These are Gazal green seeds. Martha's keen to cut the apron strings, then. I jest, of course. But they'd long since gone to seed.
Martha was hoping he might be able to show the so that they'll be able to fend.
That's not a... These bearers had only recently... They know little of freedom, of providing for themselves. Unless we teach them how to live like free men, I fear that... Not that myself and the Guardians have been the best example to them. It's about time we all started to provide... Unfortunately, we've been a little too busy of late.
The Horde is... They're coming, so...
Time it all. I gather the men in the square.
Yes, sir.
The Horde?
A Kashek, a veritable legion of them. We don't have the numbers to hold back a swarm that size.
Now you're out of...
Precisely. If reinforced...
What if you could call on...
You mean the bearers? We brought...
So wait. You said you lack men to defend the village, though they may not be trained soldiers like your Guardians. What help they are able to offer could still...
You're right, I will... My friends, I humbly beg your aid. We Guardians are few and our enemies many. But I swear we can defeat them with you at our side.
You would send us to the slaughter, to serve as bait for those fiends so that you and your men might be spared. And to think we trusted you. Say what you will, a home is not worth dying for.
But it is worth fighting for. Sir Wade fights to give you lot a chance. Just like I do. Just like Sid does. We all wanted to give you a home where you could be free. And you got one, didn't you? This place, Eastpool. This is your village. Your home. And if you don't fight to protect what's yours, you'll lose it. You know I'm right. This world wants to take everything from you. Everything. Your homes, your freedom, your very lives. So then, are you going to stand by and let that happen to you? Are you going to accept fate like good little Bran did and die, having never stood up for yourselves? Or will you fight like free men and women?
Folding up a frying pan.
What are you doing?
All right. Give me a sword. I never dreamt I'd have a home of my own. And now that I have, I don't want to lose it. I will protect what's mine, or die trying.
We all will. Free men and women, fighting together. For Eastpool! For Eastpool!
Thank you, Martha.
Don't mention it. Just promise me one thing. That you'll show them how freeborn fight.
Gladly.
And then they all died.
If it was numbers you were lacking, you certainly won't be now.
Thanks.
Hey.
Lord Rossfield?
So what's the plan of action?
We'll divide our forces into several small detachments, each made up of guardians, bearers, and guards from the rest. These will position them upon engaging with the Akashic. Each detachment will...
You're going to lure them into the...
I am. We will have neither the time nor the resources to treat the wounded. By coordinating our withdrawal through the use of messengers drawn from among the bearers, we will aim to have the swarm with luck. That point will be the village square, and for you and us...
A sound plan. But one that'll... I'd say you have both in abundance, Sir Wade. Please, leave the last of the fighting to me.
Ha! And let you have...
Sir Wade!
Then you know what you must do. We work together, each shielding the other that no man...
For Rosaria!
We've no time to argue, my lord.
And I will do it.
Suppose we'd better do our bit too, then, eh?
Right you are, Martha.
The calm before the storm.
What's up, bros?
And here it comes.
We can't let these poor fall.
We won't.
Ba 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 ba.
Looks like that's the last of them.
Lord Rossfield! Change of plan!
What is it?
Owl from the rest. An Akashic Curl's been sighted on Rhiannon's ride and is headed in their direction.
Well, the better half of her guard is here. So wait, how many Akashic remain in Eastpool?
Hard to say. My men are still facing some resistance, but I think the worst is behind us. I could order a detachment or two to fall back and...
No. Let them finish the job. You stay here too, Sir Wade. Your men need you. I'll go after the Curl. Join me only when Eastpool is won.
If you're sure. May the Founder protect you.
Come to tell me an Akashic Curl's heading towards the rest? Get yourself down there. We can handle things here.
The Curl was sighted on Rhiannon's ride back towards Martha's Rest.
Eastpool will be safe in our hands, my lord. You have my word.
Let's go. Time to fight. There it is. With me, Joshua. All right. Back to Eastpool.
Lord Rossfield, the Curl, is it?
It's dead.
Thank the Founder for that. We were able to eradicate the rest of the Horde. I have guardians posted around the village to keep watch for further attacks, but all seem... I hesitate to say it, but...
I think it might.
We did it. We saved Eastpool. Thank you, my friends. Thank you.
No, Sir Wade. It's us who should be thanking you. You brought us together. Showed us what it means to fight for what you hold dear.
We never had nothing to call our own before. We didn't know what it meant to protect it, but now we do. We really do.
Forgive us, Sir Wade. You and your people saved us, and still we doubted you. But there's no doubt in my mind anymore. We're free men now, so we have to start acting like it. We have to fight to protect what's ours, to protect Eastpool.
And we shall. We all shall. Together. This is our home. And if anyone or anything tries to take it away,
they'll have us to answer to.
Come on then. Let's get to work.
This village isn't gonna rebuild itself.
They're not slaves anymore.
No. They're Rosarians. Your father took pity on the bearer's plight, and I believe if he were still with us today, this is what he would have wanted.
I believe you might be right.
I shall remain here, my lord, and do what I can to help rebuild the village. After all, this is my home.
I think you'll find it's East Pudlian, Sir Wade.
East Pudlian?
But you should be proud. I'll have to pull my weight too. Speaking of which, I ought...
Can we continue to count?
Of course. Us Rosarians have got stick...
Indeed we...
And Clive, come by the I ain't paid you for...
All right.
Lord Rossfield, clearing the goblins from the Stillwind marshes.
How could I forget?
There's one sight that I shall never forget. You, facing off against that giant Morble. Not a trace of fear on your face. Since that day, there have been more than a few times when I felt like giving up. When the odds seemed so stacked in the enemy's favor, I thought I may as well just lay down my sword and surrender. But every time, I would think back to the look in your eyes that day and remember what it means to be a shield. Know that whatever trials Eastpool may face, I shall never lose courage. Thanks to you.
So Wade, you have always been a true shield. I know that Eastpool, and indeed all of Rosaria.
Thank you. I know the rest of the world will be safe in your...
I'll do my best.
Thank you again for all you've done for me and mine, my lord. You may rest assured that Eastpool will be safe in my hands. Thanks to you.
The hero? It's lucky you came by when you did, eh? Not only did my seeds get delivered, but you...
I just did what I...
And it's only right. Take it, before I...
Thank you, Ma.
So, Eastpool's finally... And a home to free bearers.
Well, it was your idea.
I know that, but I never stopped to think what it would mean. Bearers, though I suppose the rest ain't much different. You know, bearers living free like that. Loath as I am to recall that...
I take it you didn't always see eye to eye. What happened?
Well, if you really want to know, I started doing what I do long before I met Sid. In fact, that's how I met him. Or at least how he came to meet me. He showed up at the stables one day, asking questions about who'd been buying up bearers. Founder knows what he thought I was doing with them. Running a hunt, poking around in their innards. Something awful, anyway. Me, I thought he was a new constable. Thought the game was up. But somehow we both managed to work out what each other was about. And before I knew it, the cheeky arse was rattling on at me about how I was doing it all wrong. After all my hard work. Told me I was giving them relief, but not freedom. That my bearers were still dying as slaves. Got right under my skin, it did. Told him if he didn't like it, he could bugger off and report me to the garrison. And do you know what he did? He smiled. And then he laughed. And then I did the same. We made a pact that day. That whenever...
And you were?
Well, we both wanted the same. Just like your dad. Do you know I was born? He certainly didn't laugh.
Indeed, for the loftier one's ambitions, which is why those of us who follow in their footsteps.
Suppose you're right. And if we don't manage it, good thing we've got a few half-decent sorts waiting in the... It's almost enough to give... Anyway, better get back to work. That's the least the folks who saved Eastpool deserve is a hot meal. And you and...
That sounds like...
Don't worry, Clive. You went alone in this fight. Whenever you find yourself in need, be it of money, men, or a bowl of hot stew, the stable's door is always open.
broken camp yet. How did Doris come to know a slave?
We've waited long enough. She's not coming.
Back to civilization.
With all haste. Lest any of you lackwits start talking like these feckless. I presume your men have... We've suffered too many delays as it is. And...
Yes, Mom.
Oh, but it appears we have company. Kill him.
You're welcome to try. So much for your escort.
You'll forgive me for not avenging my men. I'm not the swordswoman I used to be. I surrender.
Sid!
Ah, Doris. I take it you're not here to rescue me from our brooding renegade? You know, I always wondered where you'd vanished to, but casting your lot with this criminal of all...
Better fighting for a cause than killing for coin. I'm sorry, Sid. I should have... This woman, my former master, she raised me like a daughter. And
It wasn't all terrible. Surely, you were always so eager to learn. And had such clever... You proved your... How about it, my little...
I never swore my blade to you, nor will I ever. I fight for a higher cause, to liberate the bearers of this world. Farewell, Master.
You always were a righteous child. Perhaps that's the reason I loved you so.
What do you want to do with her?
I am not the killer she wanted me to be. Not anymore. And she no longer has friends in high places.
All right.
I am. And thank you.
Then I should head back to the hideaway.
Welcome back, Sid. Doris's message just arrived.
With any luck, they'll be joining us. Oh, and your letter.
I'd been hoping as much. So the slaver we'd been chasing all these months, she's been arrested, by the way. Over and she won't be getting off lightly. The Empire may have no... Can't have been easy for Doris.
I'm sure it wasn't.
I hope so. You had quite the past yourself before you... Anyway. Thanks again, Sid.
Keep up the good work, Cop.
I am certain we will find what we seek in Ash, and learn the truth of Ultima's origins.
The bearer of the burning quill is within, my lord.
The greater number of our order live among the masses, hidden in plain...
Lord Rosfield.
Perhaps. Have you learned anything of note?
Little and less.
I see.
Be assured, however, that even now, our archaeological...
Fallen ruins, I take it.
Indeed. Ultima's as if protecting the
secrets we'd see unearthed.
Should our mayhap it would please you to...
Would that be possible?
Of course. Perchance you are familiar with Kretov. I was due to visit my colleagues there. If you would consent to do so in my...
All right.
They will be. Might I suggest you take the road? It will lead you straight to the village.
Thank you.
I wish you a safe journey.
It's kind of you to take an interest in the Undying's affairs, brother.
I can't have you all keeping secrets from me, can I? Come on. Yeah!
Have care.
Don't get surrounded. Straight home now.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. You'll pay for this.
All the more reason to reach this place of echoes.
Whatever that thing is, I'd say it's their leader. Let's try. Should have stayed in the past. These must be Cyril's colleagues.
You have our thanks, stranger.
Who are you?
Ah, forgive me, my lord. I did not recognize you. You are Lord Rosfield, are you not? We are archaeologians, tasked with surveying this site. When the echoes appeared, our brothers here occupied their attentions. Thanks to them, and to you, we were, for a mercy, able to see our duty to its conclusion.
You call that a mercy? Your brothers might still be alive if you put their safety before your duty. Surely this survey wasn't worth dying for.
We are charged with uncovering Ultima's origins. A duty of the highest import, as I'm sure you will agree.
And you think your dead brothers would agree with you too?
I know they would. They gave their lives for the cause, an honor to which all Undying aspire. Now, to what do we owe the honor of your presence, Lord Marquis?
Cyril told me of your work here, and I agreed to collect your findings.
I see. That... May the Firebirds...
It's one thing to lay down your life for another, but for us...
We will change that. Come. Let us deliver their findings to Cyril, that their deaths might not be in vain.
Let us continue then. There is a second hole.
Ah, here.
My thanks. I shall study them, and inform you forthwith if I discover...
Cyril, losses which could have been avoided. Were these your orders?
No. This was there. Every Undying devotes his life to the service of the
Even when death is avoided.
My lord, I fear that the Undying have served the Phoenix for countless generations. We live to serve the Phoenix.
Cyril, but allow me to offer you a word of advice. It does not further the cause of the Phoenix to have his loyal followers surrender their lives without good reason. Provide your survey parties with an escort, that they might live to do their duty for years to come. Think not only of how you can serve the Phoenix, but how Joshua would want. Please.
I thank you for your if you will permit me to respond. And we of the Undying, as first shield to the Phoenix.
I do.
Then we are of the same mind.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk. Ah, I wasn't expecting you back, sir. Here you are. Come again. I may have more for you.
What did you find out? deserve a rest. No more vengeance. No more war.
I'll build a barricade so sturdy, even a bandit.
Can hardly make out a blooming thing.
try. Nice try. Nice try. Too slow. slow. Nice try. Nice try. It's over.
Come on. only to ride from here. Seems this one has a little more life left in it. All right then. Let's try. Your work here is done. Let's go. Run like the wind. You deserve a rest. That's like no chocobo I've ever seen. Nothing tells me it won't be easily broken.
When does the meteor rain end?
Poor beast. There was nothing I could do.
How the hell did that bastard get through the desert gate?
We're not going to outrun this one. Stay close, Torvald. Should have picked on someone your own size.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk.
How may I help you today, Clive? Here you are. All done?
Through.
Jesus.
How do you split the sea?
The stew's awfully thin these days.
So what do I owe the honor? The sound of ringing still. So we weren't. Who knows? What do you want? And?
I was wondering when next you'd visit, with the darkening sky. But be that as it may, if I may observe, History can wait. I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before. There is a rather fascinating excerpt I've been meaning to show you. If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it. The door to the shelves shall ever be open.
By the Enterprise.
End there for now. Get myself some dinner. Might be back after that, but we shall see. Take care.